Developer's new studio.
Hello. Hello. How's it going? It's gonna be a Sunday chill gaming session. Actually, yeah, I was a little bit like debating what I should play. If I was like gonna play in Spanish in the other channel or this one. I was like, yeah, I mean, sure, I can. I guess I can like play a little bit of Elden Ring, I guess. I was still debating a little bit, but it was like, yeah, sure. Let's just do Elden Ring. I need a game to chill and to talk while I'm chilling, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. And yeah, it's kind of weird whenever I actually do think about it. Because I was like, yeah, I've been reading a little bit of my book and I kind of understand the aspect in which, like, it's kind of weird specifically that trust gets built from a reinforced idea of something which ultimately makes you predictable, and that predictability makes you trustworthy to some degree. And it's kind of like a little bit of a weird thing if you actually do think about it like that, that it's just like, I mean, yeah, technically speaking, it makes sense, but at the same time, it's just like, from the perspective of the philosopher, it's kind of like a little bit of a... Yeah, from a philosophical standpoint, it is a very dreadful thought to like come across, basically, because it kind of means that it's just like, oh, wait, well, what exactly do we do in that situation? Because like specifically whenever I actually like think about it, it's just like when it comes to like aspects of freedom or free will to some degree, really, it's it can be a little bit of a it can be a little bit of a weird topic. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, let me mute this for a second. Yeah, so that's kind of like the thing, really, where if I'm completely honest with you, sometimes it kind of like occurs to me that it's kind of like it's kind of a weird thing, because like a lot of people kind of like scream like beg for freedom to some degree, and it's like once I kind of analyze what has really happened up to this point, really, and what we actually think that freedom is truly like, I actually sometimes like do consider like all the actions that came beforehand in order for us to kind of like consider to be in a not such a free standpoint where you can do whatever the hell you want, basically. Because specifically it's when it comes to like freedom, it's kind of like a weird topic, because if we are absolutely honest about what freedom truly means, is the freedom to commit to something, basically. The freedom to be bound to something, basically. And it's kind of like, if you think about it from that perspective, a lot of things really are difficult to handle, basically, because it's like a lot of people kind of like go around and they're saying, well, I don't want to be bound to anything because I don't know if I'm making the right choice or the wrong choice. And whenever I actually do think about it from that perspective, it's just like if we're completely 100% honest with you, there's no wrong choice, but there has to be a choice towards a specific path, basically, which is kind of like a weird thing to consider. Not because people want you to be less free, but it gives people confidence to know that they're actually dealing with a professional rather than actually dealing with a scattered brain of some sort. And it's just like that is kind of like the thing when it comes to like specialization and the human condition, basically, where if we actually do consider like the things that come through when it comes to specialization, and when we actually do like trying to understand what is happening within the human brain, basically, it's just like having knowledge of it's like in some ways I do believe that there's something wrong with society, though, where specifically just because you have knowledge of other areas doesn't mean that you're a specialist, but it also doesn't mean that you are ignorant to begin with, basically. Because it's kind of like a weird thing if we actually look at it from that perspective. Really, it's like whenever you actually gain knowledge of another field that supports whatever the hell you're doing, it's like it's a good thing, and in some ways you can actually argue that that's what a professional does. It's like it does everything in its power to get the thing that they do the most functional as it can be, basically. And it's just like, and just because he used knowledge of another field doesn't make him ignorant. It just makes him a little bit of a professional, basically. Now, that being said, we kind of have to like understand that knowledge within itself sometimes it's very limited to the people who are surrounding you, basically. That is like a lot of the knowledge that kind of goes around can have ulterior motives, and it's like in the fields of modernity, I think we have like a big problem that it's specifically we do not question things that have been put on paper. And it's like as a consumer, you read something on paper and you think that it's true. And a lot of people will be like, well, I read the news and I know that it might be false or something. But it's like we kind of have to consider that it's like, okay, yeah, sure, the news, but what about scientific evidence? If we actually do think about it, and it's like, yeah, well, scientific evidence is scientific. It has to be able to be replicated in some environment. Basically, it needs to be replicable, and we actually have to think about it from this perspective, where it's just like replicable in which conditions, in which control, under what circumstance, under which time period, even. Is this still true if this law of like human behavior continues going as it is, or has it changed due to the movements that can have come through and before it, basically? I was like, once you actually do sit down to think about it from that perspective, we actually have to look at it as a tactical maneuver rather than an actual scientific. Yeah, we kind of have to look at like scientific papers, diagrams, statistics as more of a maneuver rather than an actual factual piece of information, basically. And once we kind of understand that, we kind of understand that it's just like that the facts are that there has been, I mean, the facts as we're observing it in the present time at the moment is that there has been too many smart people who have made so many maneuvers that they prevent them from actually paying back in a meaningful way, and they make people pay back in a very, very nasty, condescending way, over what superiority is supposed to be, basically. And it's like, whenever I actually look at it from that perspective, it's just like the biggest problem with with the economy nowadays is that the wealthy want you to pay back by absolutely doing nothing. And that can be a little bit of a problem, really, because like you kind of end up not producing enough meaningful things, and you and people produce ultimately like really bad quality content even. So and in some shape or form we can actually take a look at what culture really has produced in the last 10 years basically, and a lot of that content that has been produced in the last 10 years has been a little bit on the weaker side basically, because we're trying to be like, hey, I made something that is that is trying to teach you how to people to get back up or something, and we're absolutely doing that. And when we actually, and what we're actually not doing sometimes is just harming each other through socializing, if we actually do think about it like that. And it's kind of like it's kind of like a little bit of a nasty thing to kind of like understand really, but the human condition makes it very, very, how do I put it, the human condition makes it absolutely painful for people to socialize and have a social bond if it's cut out basically. And one thing that we kind of like have forgotten a little bit is how to endure the pain of like loss to some degree basically, because what we do nowadays is that we could kind of just inject ourselves with whatever dopamine is really going on, and we never actually like get things like back together, because getting things back together really requires loads of effort basically. And that's kind of like, and a lot of like emotional support and emotional like behavior, and sometimes even like breaking of cycles to some degree basically. And that's kind of like the thing, if we actually do think about it, that it's just like a lot of like wealthy people are purposely saying, I want to take as many bad decisions as possible, because that way I'll feel even against someone who is poor and has made bad decisions basically. Because like I want to make bad decisions just as as a poor person. I want to be unwise as a poor person because that poor person has been more happy than I have, and therefore I must be as such and claim as many things as possible in in a more ethical way than what a poor person would do basically. And kind of like that kind of makes me think a little bit that it's just like, maybe it's just the problem that is just like a lot of like wealthy people are kind of like heartfelt that they did everything right and the payment has been very little on things that they care about, while poor people, they barely do anything that produces monetary like gain, but gain a lot of like emotional support and a lot of meaning throughout their life basically. And then if we actually do like look at it from the perspective of algorithms really, it's kind of like the wealthy person kind of goes around and says, you know what, I'm gonna have the bigger pants in the room, and I'm gonna like make sorting algorithms so we can get, so everybody can get like a piece of the cake or something. But I get the best piece of the cake because I built this. So uh screw you if you oppose me basically. And yeah, sometimes I'll make bad decisions because that's just kind of a treat that I'll give to myself sometimes, because that's, I just built the system. So I think that is necessary that I kind of like make bad decisions occasionally so I can actually feel happy about myself. And that's kind of like the biggest problem that I kind of see. And it's like sometimes those bad decisions really are an act of vengeance, but not an act of maintaining standards, basically. And it's because like we actually do look at it from the perspective of people having too much. It's just whenever you have too many options, really, you take the most decisions basically. And when it comes to humanity, basically, it kind of becomes a little bit of a weird position where if you're too wealthy and you take too many decisions, you ultimately end up in a castle of bad decisions, basically. Like eventually that pile of bad decisions is gonna come bite you in the ass, basically, if you continue like making bad decisions. And in some shape or form, like I think that that's really what has happened within modernity. That is just like that castle of bad decisions from wealthy people in some shape or form has bit them back in some shape or form, as like a lot of like wealthy people gather a lot of like people who are reasonable to like contradict everything that other people that oppose them are saying, basically. But it's just like at the same time, it's just like the reality of the situation is that there's still a lot of like bad faith consumption from some wealthy people, because I'm gonna say this: not all wealthy people are bad intended. Basically, not all wealthy people have bad faith, and there's a lot of wealthy people who have had good faith to fulfill their to gather and get things going, and they're functional within their system because in order for their systems to work, they had to be very they had to act in very good faith in order for that system to work, basically. So, in some shape or form, I kind of have to look at it from the perspective of vengeance, basically, where a wealthy person that has made so many good faith decisions suddenly makes a a really terrible decision because they are not obtaining whatever they actually want in life, basically. And it's like whenever I actually look at it, it's just like, yeah, that's the thing, really. Like if I actually do sit around and think about it from a certain perspective, it's like no matter what, every single individual on this world has gotten screwed in some shape or form because there was a deep emotional investment onto something or somebody, basically. And the payout has not been equal because it's not a mutual agreement sometimes. And whenever they see other mutual agreements actually work, it's kind of like they kind of have to retaliate in an act of vengeance in some degree, basically. So so in short, what I'm trying to say is just like when it comes to like mental health, it's kind of like a difficult thing because like we can say that we are paying for the right things and for the right goods, but just because you paid for it and you finance something terrible, well, something that will eventually become terrible, doesn't make you like either good or bad. It was just plainly to put it, it was a bad decision, basically. And it's kind of like that's kind of like the thing, really, when you actually do think about it, where like there was a generation where they enjoyed everything so much. There was a generation out there that enjoyed things so much that everything went downhill. And it's like I want to make emphasis on the economic crisis of 2008, basically, which basically signified what was really going on in like the economic system, basically, because it kind of showed that a lot of like the good faith actions were not really truly in good faith. And it's like when you actually do think about it from that perspective, and we actually do look at the things and how value is handled, really, and we actually look at what was the consequence of the 2010s, basically, and the madness that came after it. I kind of have to like sit down and think about it from the perspective that it's just like there were too many things, too many positive things happening to one generation, and that generation going back around and saying, it was not my fault. It was like it was not my generation's fault. We were faulty of circumstance because we didn't know what we were doing. Basically, I was like, in some shape or form, I kind of have to look at it from the perspective that it's just like, I mean, when a dream is too good, one must consider what is the next step rather than staying within the dream forever, basically. And that's kind of like that is kind of like the thing that it makes me a little bit considerate that there's some deeper roots that make this whole system a little bit more mm, like harder to like judge to begin with, because like we kind of have to understand what has really happened throughout history, and it's like what is the most convenient outcome for the balance of societies, basically, so we can actually that everybody gets something good out of something rather than pushing people down for the sake of pushing people down, basically. Because it's like the reality is like I think that there's too many wealthy people who want people to pay up by them doing nothing, basically. Why? Because like there's algorithms that makes them being a forever dream of dopamine, basically. And it's like a lot of people are going to be like, hey, that's a good thing. Like you're never going to suffer any pain. You'll forever be like happy, right? But you'll never obtain anything. Yeah, you'll be forever happy, but you'll never own anything to your name, basically. And that's the payment that I'm asking. It's just that you remain passive forever until your death, because we are human. We're all human, and I want you to have some happiness within this life, but at the same time, I want you to pay by being passive yourself, so that you never get in my way on obtaining objectives that are necessary for my idealistic view of the world, basically. And that's kind of like the thing, really, when it comes to like algorithms, that it's just that it just shows that wealthy people aren't willing to hire more people to get their empire going, and make their empire bigger, because we don't really need that much people anymore, basically. It's like, yeah, you know what, there's no necessity for the system to go wrong, basically. It's like I'm not willing to get injured, so just so like a couple of hundred extra people like get a job and get purpose in life. It's just like we have algorithmically made a system that replaces a lot of human input and replaces a lot of breaking human points, so that so now that we have less breaking points in humanity, we have less trouble when it comes to like system failure, basically. But it's like, as a consequence, what I'm kind of noticing as well is just like it just kind of becomes a little bit difficult to say that it's a good thing in the end sometimes, because even although you may think that that is a good thing, it's just like making people too passive is a little bit of a bad thing to do, really. It's like it's kind of like the paradox of like, yeah, do not wish harm upon your neighbor, basically. But it's like it's some malevolent compliance, basically. It's malevolently like within modernity is a malevolent compliance that is just like, dude, I'll like forever bow to you. I'll forever bow to you in front of you. Um, I'll bow and I'll whenever you're in front of me, I'll bow to you, and I'll be respectful to you and sugarcoat it to you. But I absolutely hate you because you're not actually doing the things that are necessary, basically. And that's kind of like the thing when I actually look at it from that perspective, that it's just like whenever I actually do sit down to analyze it and analyze the human condition that we're going through, basically, it's just that we have too many wealthy people that do not have any kind of like emotional ties to anything, basically. And it's like, it's kind of ironic because it's like they believe in something, they just don't believe in human beings, basically. Or should I say, they don't believe in individuals, basically. And it's like, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like humanity in itself, that it's just like a lot of the times we don't really like rely on trust on humanity, and we malevolently comply by saying, hey, we're gonna feed you all the good things in life, but it's going to be artificial. And because it's going to be artificial, yeah, you'll be happy, yeah, you'll kind of get it, but you'll be looking at a plasma screen that is just a window to what you could have if you actually took effort, basically. But I'm going to keep feeding you that thing so you can actually be happy, but I'm not going to motivate you into doing anything because I know what I did when I built this system of algorithms. I know what I did. I know what we all know what we did when we were programming this system of dopamine overdose. Basically, we all know what we did, and it's kind of like that kind of like brings me down to this kind of idea that it's just like, well, then what is really the right thing to do altogether, basically, when it comes to like algorithm compatibility for functionality rather than an algorithm dopamine overdose that makes you emotionally numb to anything, basically. And it's like, yeah, if I actually look at it from that perspective, it's just like kind of makes me a little bit like, it kind of makes me be a little bit more mindful over what it means to be wealthy, basically. It's like, are there wealthy people who are acting in good faith? Yeah, absolutely. But they have capacity, basically, and they kind of have to fill their capacity in some degree, basically. They kind of have to fill their roles, basically, and they have to look at people from different angles, basically, and they have to look at people how useful they are, either like sometimes having a hater in particular is more valuable than having a lover on your side, basically, when it comes to like the economic system, really. And it's kind of like, whenever I actually do look at it from that perspective, it's just like, it just kind of becomes inevitable to try to become a little bit stoic and be a little bit more reserved to oneself, basically. Is like, even although that you do wish to love humanity in its own way, it's just like the system in itself knows exactly what it's doing whenever they let you in just to give praise and then abandon you when the time is right, basically. So that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like modernity altogether. It's like it's a structure that has been brewing up since the 90s, 208. Economic crisis is coming and going, and people wanting you to pay by being passive to some degree. And it's like, whenever I actually look at it from that perspective, like I kind of like think to myself, well, ultimately, is it really something that should be being passive? Is being passive something that should be a coin for a form of payment, basically? And it's like, to some degree, some people are like, yeah, I mean, being passive is a form of payment for a lot of people. Peace is a form of payment sometimes. Ask the right person, and peace is the right payment. Conflict is the right payment for others, basically. And that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like, that's the kind of thing when it comes to like psychology altogether, where or depending on your psychological archetype, you will receive payment according to what you want, like, and according to what you dislike, basically. And that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like life in general, that it's kind of like a complicated like system to kind of understand, but once you kind of like have a little bit of both, you kind of understand what it really means, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really, when it comes to like life in general. We, as a person, I kind of end up not being complacent when it comes to like too many things, basically. And I kind of find myself a little bit imbalance, like trying to seek like some sort of balance where things actually work out, where you are not passive, but at the same time you're going for the right objectives, basically. And it's like that is kind of like the thing when it comes to like the world in general. That is just like, I think the world in general keeps dancing around around the facts because we want to avoid getting into the real objective, basically. As like the real objective, if we're absolutely honest, for a lot of people, the real objective is gonna be Japanese coochie. Basically, it's like, I don't want to sugarcoat it, but at the same time, that's kind of what it is, really. Because yeah, like honestly, like if we actually do sit down to think about it, it's just like a lot of people don't have emotional attachment and they still want Asian coochie in some shape or form. And they don't understand the aspect of emotional attachment because they're so high up due to the algorithm being making them like mini tyrants, basically. So if I actually look at it from that perspective, it's just like, um, yeah, like what is the right answer, basically? If we actually do think about it, it's like, if I actually analyze what is really happening in the world, in the free world, quote unquote, and it's like, yeah, well, we had a harem of white women, and that wasn't enough. We had a harem of black women, and it wasn't enough. We were building a harem of Asian women, and it wasn't enough. We were when eventually they were going to build a harem of like um, Middle Eastern women, and it wasn't going to be enough. And that then maybe the problem is just, if we actually do think about it, maybe the problem is not. Maybe the problem is that you're trying to construct a thing that is dysfunctional by default. Really, it's just, when we actually do think about it from that perspective, yeah, like when we actually do analyze it from that perspective, or how like people take the idea of freedom and it's like, okay, freedom means no strings attached. Freedom means no strings attached. So therefore, you can go around, sleep around with as many people as you want, abandon them, cheat on them, uh, make them feel awful, but it's okay because you have freedom to do so, basically. And it's kind of like, that is kind of like the thing when it comes to like relationships. Is like, I don't think that a breakup is a bad thing when it comes to like relationships, but I think that a person who doesn't even consider what a breakup really means because they've never been hurt their entire life, and they continue doing it, it can become this kind of like thing where it's just like, yeah, well, maybe the system that is encouraging to producing men and women who are heartless it's kind of like a little bit of a bad system to begin with, because that ultimately will make more things to break and repair, rather than actually having a society that is supportive to each other, basically. So it's like, from one perspective, when the one thing that I will truly say is just like, when it comes to like algorithm building, if we actually look at it from the 2000s perspectives, 2010, whenever we actually look at it from that perspective, really, it just kind of makes more sense that maybe you shouldn't have too much good things on a feed, basically. That you should have constructive, you should have all good things on your feed that is constructive, basically. Um, and maybe that way that will work out in its own way, basically. And that's kind of like the thing, really. It's kind of like a difficult thing to kind of like think about, really, because like whenever I actually look at it from the origins of the internet, basically, of the public internet, like I was part of that public internet that was a dopamine injection 24/7, really, if I think about it like that. And it's like that trend continued and continued until I became numb from anything that wasn't positive, basically. It's like you're not saying positive things, therefore I am forever going to be in denial, and I'm forever going to ignore anything that is not positive to me, basically. That is not a dopamine injection of good things to me, basically. So yeah, it's like I kind of have to look at it from the historical context of things, really, and the events that took place in the economic crises and the things before that happened that made things happen the way that they are in the present, basically. And once I kind of understand that, it kind of makes it very clear that it's just like the system itself is so encouraging of generalizing certain things because they have low capacity to do it in a personalized way with an individual, basically. And that is truly the reality of things, of what is really happening when it comes to like life in general, and when it comes to like mental illness in general. That it's just like there's too much generalization due to the fact that there's still mental illness onto people, because they're still under a defensive stance, and because there's enough mental trauma. It means that there's enough mental diseases in the world that they haven't been healed yet, basically. And we kind of like get this kind of like psychological revenge system where philosophers out there are saying that, are like saying truths and accommodating them to be harmful to groups of people that may not necessarily be against them, but it also indirectly affects them, basically. So whenever I look at it from that perspective, really, it's like, yeah, I mean, technically speaking, we are the cycles that we do, along with like a lot of cycles that our like ancestors did, basically. We are reinforced cycles of such. Now, just because this system exists, just because that's the nature of humanity, doesn't mean that you have to build it in a way that will eradicate any future production of more human beings, basically. Because at that point, you were kind of like thinking of the intended dysfunctionality of things, really. Because it's like, if we actually look at it from that perspective, really, it's like there's a difference between understanding cycles and making more positive cycles for more productive, meaningful lives than breaking the cycle so you can make self-harming cycles that drive people, that make them unable to have any kind of empathy to the outside world, basically. Because whenever you actually make those cycles in particular, what ends up doing is just like it's just an inevitable punishment. That it's an eternal punishment that there's no coming back from at that point, basically. And it's like that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like that is the direction that I feel like the world was heading into before I came in, basically. Like the world was heading in such a pivotal moment that it was that you wanted to be still a kind person by letting them live, but you wanted them to be in a state where they cannot come back from. So eternally being dead in life, basically, if you think about it. And whenever I actually look at it from that perspective, it's just kind of like that is probably one of the most harmful, ill-intended, self-destructive behaviors I've ever seen in my entire life. Because people know, I mean, people should know that the cycles that were enforced into a lot of us were imposed onto us, and we were kind of like lab rats being fed like dopamine injections 24/7, and the system knows it. And the system is like, okay, yeah, well, I'm forever going to dopamine inject you, and they will eventually do something if I dopamine inject them into like oblivion, basically. It's like if they don't, then I mean, I'm sorry, you're forever banned from society, and we're going to put you in a state where you're still alive, but you will no longer have the identity and your essence. I will no longer be able to reproduce because your lineage is a problem. When in reality, it's just the cycle itself before that event that was mass produced is kind of the problem to begin with. So it's like, scientifically speaking, in the most rational of viewpoints, I kind of have to look at it from that perspective. That is just like, no, wait a second. So you're saying that because you put people on a very self-harming cycle that is filled with dopamine, and they become ghosts of themselves, just because you put them in that cycle and you don't know how to fix it without being unethical, means that you are going to put them in a worse state, a permanent worse state than they were before. And that's kind of like the problem, isn't it? Like, I think that there is some truth that we are put through cycles, we were put through harmful cycles, a little bit by our own part, and a little bit about the environment that made us be in self-harmful cycles. But to kind of retrain the brain to be in a forever state where they cannot come back from, it's a little bit of a problem now, isn't it? I think that's the highest level of cruelty that a human being can do to another person, because it just means that that person really is just forever stuck in that place, and they will never be able to experience life the same way as their nature allowed them to. So that's kind of the thing that kind of like irks me a little bit about this system that people were developing to some degree, because it kind of shows that it's just like, I mean, yeah, you can be, there's too much malevolent compliance with nature itself that it's just like, okay, yeah, well, we know that we broke people, we know that we made them numb to emotions, we know that we made them addict, to dopamine. We know that we made them the way that they are, but yet we're going to punish anyone that we're going to forever punish them and kick them out of the out of socializing forever if they do not break that cycle themselves, even though that we technically put them in that cycle to begin with. We helped them to be in that cycle to begin with. Hell, we even encouraged it. We encouraged it so much that we created computers that are in the pockets of people, and that they can be forever entertained in their pockets of people, and we're going to absolve our responsibility out of it. And whenever they want to make something different and they cannot, and whenever we get pissed, we're going to forever punish them in purgatory, where they can never get out of that purgatory, and they will eventually self-destruct, and they will eventually philosophize about all the mistakes that really happened in their life, and then they will and in that, as a consequence, they will harm our society into an eventual cycle of self-destruction. So to some degree, it's just like, yeah, sure. I mean, maybe there's some psychological aspect that makes you refuse the opposite sex, because it's way more comfortable to interact with someone of the same sex because there's no interest. There's no biological necessity. There's no biological reaction from somebody of the same sex. But there's a psychic reaction from one individual to one another. To another one, really. So it's like, in a sense, sometimes I kind of like have to look at it from the philosophy of what people kind of go through. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, everything that you said is right, but the implementation, what you're saying, is a harmful self-destruction of society that will ultimately cut ties with the future by destroying the present of this individual. And you're going to continue that cycle, and you're going to encourage more people to make that cycle happen by being maliciously compliant of giving them too many good things in life. So if anything, sometimes I can actually look at these philosophies and it's like, yeah, the scientific evidence is there, but the implementation that you're saying, it is the most malicious, self-destructive method. It is a self-destruct. It is a weapon of mass destruction against your own society to begin with. It is literally a weapon of mass destruction towards your own society. So yeah, to some degree, I kind of like think about all these kind of things, and I'm kind of like, yeah, well, the problem was that there were too many good things. A generation had too many good things for too little effort. That was a big problem. A generation and other generations had to pay the price for it by making men who are too passive, switching, making like fun little toys for psychopaths, and making them dance according to what the wealthy people who have made productive things have done. It's like, to some degree, I kind of like look around from it, and it's just like, I kind of look at it and I'm like, okay, so in the end, basically, what you're saying is that there's not enough people making interesting things for the world to continue the way that it is, basically. And that you're going to destroy anything that refuses to do so, even though you've fed them that poisonous cycle of endless pleasure. So that's kind of the thing. Whenever I actually look at it from the ethical standpoint, it's just like, okay, accountability. So a lot of these people are always talking about accountability. And it's like, okay, if there's accountability, we have to look at it from the perspective of people who are accountable that made algorithms that worked in this particular way and made algorithms that punish people too harshly, so much that they end their entire bloodline and they make them unable to ever have any kind of like normal life whatsoever ever again. Because at that point, we're kind of like looking at it from a different philosophical aspect, where it's just like nature has made it within the nature of the individual. They're sexual. It's sexual by nature. The individual is sexual by nature. So to deny their sexuality by making it unable to do what the genetical engineering of thousands of years have done, it is the cruelest thing that the world will ever see. It is cruel. It is the biggest, cruelest idiocy the world has ever seen. And just because a bunch of women wanted to have more women to sleep with due to their emotional trauma. And that's kind of like the thing where it's just like mental illnesses are even in the highest level of philosophy. Absolutely, because one kind of has to understand that humanity is sexual by nature. And just because it's sexual by nature, it is sexual between a man and a woman, and the end goal is to reproduce. So if we actually look at it, to go against human biology and pretend that that biology will work with transitions that are not biologically functional. It is the ultimate lie, the cruelest thing a human can go through, even worse than death. And it is the most insane method to do so. Just because you are unable or you are in a position that is unfavorable. So that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like society sometimes, that I'm like, yeah, no, it's like there's a lot of like really bad actors. There's actors who act in malevolent compliance 24/7. There will always be. But at the same time, one has to sit down and understand that how can I one must understand that it's just like the spells, the words, the phrases, the ideologies that keep pushing forward for the better of humanity, what are they all singing? For a society that is always encouraging to do the right thing, is doing exactly the worst thing that they could do to a human being. Because they refuse to take any sort of accountability. So it's like when we actually look at human nature and the human condition, or what push us to the limit, the depressive states in which we got put through, the necessity for us to look for meaning through countless women that will never fill that void, or countless men that will never fill that void, the media that we produce in order to fill that void. It's just like inevitably the whole system has been built upon these cards. And people still go around and they say, you must go against your humanity and you must cut your lineage into your lineage future for the betterment of humanity by torturing you, mutilating you, and making you act as something that you're not. So, in some shape or form, I sometimes kind of like look around and I'm thinking, how is that the right thing to do? How is being complacent, telling them sweet talking people into an in an a state that is like irreversible, putting them in a state that is irreversible? How is putting someone in an irreversible state a good thing? How is that even possible? Why should you do that to begin with? If your objective is to sleep with more women as a woman, then just say out into the winds, I must find the perfect woman for me to sleep with. But instead, what we're seeing into the fourth winds is, no, men are the problem. Men are the origin of all evil. Men are the problem of this. Men are the problem of that. So therefore, we kind of have to exterminate them, push them out, because if we eliminate men, we will have a society of lesbians that will never reproduce, but we'll be happy. Same thing with men. It's like, oh, we'll have a gay men. We'll suck each other's wieners 24/7. But we will never have harmful women that actually do not love us, and they only want us for our money. So yeah, let's celebrate and suck some dick. I was like, from both standpoints, the only thing that I'm kind of looking is just like, I mean, I'm looking at trauma, I'm looking at cowardice, I'm looking at people who are unwilling to have like an emotional bond with someone of the opposite sex. I was like, that's a really, really harmful psychological cycle that is eventually going to self-destruct everyone. Really, it is eventually going to lead towards self-destruction. And it has, to some degree. It has already put everything through. Really. I was like, I kind of have to look at it from the perspective. It's just like, how, like, if we're actually looking at it from the scope, from the lenses of the human condition, basically, if we actually look at it from the truth of human condition, really, it's like we have too many good actors that have been cheated out of a happy society by other good actors. Sometimes, really. and they refuse to create more. They refuse to let people enter society. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of important to kind of like be a gatekeeper and be like, hey, this is kind of important, really. Because it's kind of important to maintain our essence as people. Because if we're in the Arctic, we want to live around snow, really. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. Or it's like, okay, yeah, but when I mean snow, it's like white women. I was like, oh, okay, sure. You do understand that white people are the minority in the world, right? I was like, yeah, kind of is. So I need the best. I need the best for myself. I need white women. Okay, sure, and sure it is up to your mental health through the cycles, but at the same time, you have to understand that you have a lot of very angry white women that do not want to sleep with you because of the terrible things that you keep reinforcing. So yeah, it's kind of like you've made the great you made the crypt, the mausoleum, and the corpse, and you jumped inside of it, and you keep jumping inside the coffin on purpose. So that's kind of the thing, really. That really is the thing. Like, why does that happen? Because of mental illness, because of mental distress, because of depression, because of terrible things happening to the wrong people. Really. So that's kind of the thing, really. So as far as it goes, what am I gonna do at the moment, basically? I'm putting my part, basically. I am a streamer as a job at this point. That is my identity. I am a streamer. That's who I am. That's what I've been doing daily for the last year and a half, 2 years at this point. And once I kind of understand the psychology of it, I'm kind of understand that it's just like, yeah, it's kind of necessary to just stick to it until the very end to obtain that trust into society to know that I can do a capable job on doing so on doing this job by what it is basically. Really, that is just like, I mean, I'm a streamer. I'm a little bit of an entertainer. I sometimes make dick jokes. I sometimes make a lot of homoerotica insinuation, like you would probably drink my hot dog water if I actually dipped it inside of can of soda, but like not that I'm encouraging that to happen because like that's kind of like a little bit weird. Like I would rather I mean I would rather I'm not gonna say what I would rather do because I think it's obvious. I mean, is it? I mean, it's embarrassing to say, basically. I mean, yeah, if I actually talked about my kinks as a dude, it'd be a little bit embarrassing, actually. So I'll just go within the socially accepted standpoint to say that I do like big titties, and that's it, basically. That is the socially accepted statement that seems to be truthful in nature to me. It was just like small titties, big titties. That's nice. Cool. Okay, nice. We got that going. Okay, that's a little bit embarrassing to say, but sure. But yeah, you get what I mean. It's just like when it comes to like the human nature of itself, really. I'm in the camp where there are camps in society that say that you must restrain human nature by denying their possibilities to exert harm ever again. And I am on the and that camp is absolutely wrong while I'm at the camp where I'm just thinking, I think it is better and more valuable to make people who are unworthy of valuables and life experiences and everything, to make them worthy through their efforts and their reflections, to understand the human condition by what it is. So from a destruction of endless suffering in life to go through hell, life itself, and conquering your own nature to make yourself a worthy individual, regardless if you're a man or a woman. I think that my ideology and my philosophy is on the right track, rather than just hoping for self-destruction of another human being and making them forever be in a state of pain and agony that they will never be back, because that is the cruelest way that you can put a human being. That is literally the cruelest thing that you can do to another human being, because it's like they can be a homosexual and that's fine. That's part of their kink, or maybe that's kind of part of their trauma sometimes. But if one is capable of really putting the individual back into a state, a biological state that functions within the human biology itself, then the individual can be worthy if he puts the right sacrifices and the right effort and the right perspective and the right motivation to get themselves back on track. And yeah, the right medicine, even sometimes it's like, it's good. The right medicine can be a little bit of a tricky one sometimes, but it is what it is, really. So yeah, in the end, what I'm trying to say is just like, I think that it's way better to make people become worthy rather than putting them into a state that they will never be able to come back from, basically, and be dead in life forever without any opportunity of them getting any happiness ever. Yeah, it's kind of weird, really. Okay, anyway, let's just play the game. Dude, I talked for like an hour. Damn. Ow. Ow. God fucking damn it. Okay, cool. Cool. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's a little bit difficult, but it's just like, once I kind of like analyze like what has happened and what the movements have caused, we kind of have to look at it from the perspective that it's like, every individual from any place has acted in bad faith at some point, basically. That is the truth. It's just like every individual has acted in some bad faith, and if we are to be absolutely just, really, we sometimes have to take a look at all the actions that have happened and all the massive movements that had happened, and to say that maybe the weight is shared rather than to give like that kind of thinking where it's just like, well, it's the fault of one group or another. It's a shared weight. And it's like, okay, this is gonna be a little bit funny to kind of to finish off my statements, basically. I mean, but for a society that is looking for equality, it sure does not wish to distribute the weight onto individuals. But wants to treat them exactly the same. I was like, we kind of have to understand that there's gonna be people who are stronger. There are some people who are gonna be weaker. There are gonna be some people who are more skilled, more dexterous, have more endurance. There's gonna be people who are like that, and not every single person is gonna share the same weight to begin with. Are you gonna give a man who is anorexic the same weight as someone who is, I don't know, that can lift 2 hammers? Probably not. So even in the world of equality, equality wouldn't work. It would crush. In the world of equality, you would crush the sick anorexic man into death. And the strong buff woman into needling and knitting. Well, I mean, it can be a big needle. And you can make, I don't know, if you are to be a tailor, well, if you have big muscles, well, as a woman, well, you kind of have to figure that on yourself, don't you? I'm not gonna tell you exactly how to live your life, basically, but I don't know, if you have those abilities and you're a woman, well, what better way to do it than your own way, basically? Ow. Ah, god damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's kind of weird if we actually do think about it, but it's just like whenever you actually look at it from good faith and bad faith, there's always going to be bad faith when it comes to that competition, basically. But there's like levels. I think there's levels. There's definitely levels. There's standards Professionals have standards, okay? Like, dude. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. And humanity has its limitations. Even though I wish to be a tentacle monster that handles 10 women at once, that's just not possible, basically. Although, I mean, I'm not saying that I want to be Dr. Octopus, but at the same time, I would definitely be Dr. Octopus if given the chance to evolve into that kind of thing, basically. But that's besides the point. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, if I try hard enough, 10 generations from now, I will be the generation of Dr. Octopus or something. Ow. Maybe. But it's because the biology has evolved to be as such, basically. Ow. Ow. But yeah, it's like, if I actually look at it from the perspective of cycles and behavior, it's like, yeah, sure, cycles do make you into individuals, but you kind of have to realize that you're gonna make a jump like that. It's like, if you jump into the abyss with weak knees, you're going to break your fucking knees. So don't be an idiot. Make a small jump, then maybe you can parkour. Don't just jump into the fucking biological chopping block with cut sausages. That's just illogical, unreasonable, and literally the elimination of biology, of a lineage by default. And eliminating the possibility of spreading that lineage. What does that even mean? Ow. God damn it. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like modern society a little bit. It's just like, yeah, I mean, cycles do matter. They definitely do. But it's like, okay, yeah, but you have to be reasonable about those cycles, basically. Yeah, it's like, just because you cut like a man's sausage doesn't mean that he will turn into a woman by default. Like, he won't be able to produce anything. It's like, if we look at it from another perspective, where it's just like, I think it would be more of an evolutionary... Oh, fuck. I mean, the psychopath inside of me kind of thinks about it, and I'm like, I mean, yeah, what does evolution has taught us? And it's like, we evolved due to the environment that required us to survive in a particular ecosystem. Right. So if that's what we're dealing with, then the ecosystem will force us into evolving into something that we will need at some point. And if we think about it from that perspective, could it be possible that human beings are able to breathe in space if you can put them in the right circumstances? Would human beings be able to produce their own oxygen if put in the right circumstances? Maybe. I mean, we technically do, but what if there was a biological way that we could evolve into that type of thing? What if we could actually breathe in space without oxygen tanks? That could be interesting. That's more reasonable in its own way. God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's just like you can make a manifesto over why you want to smash, over why you're a lesbian and why you want to fuck more lesbian women. The same way that you can make a manifesto as an incel guy that wants to fuck Asian women and wanted to bang his math teacher back in the 5th grade when he was developing his own self-awareness. It's just kind of like, if you actually look at it from that perspective, really, it's just like, dude, everybody's a critic, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. Everybody's a fucking critic. If you want to be a lesbian and want to eat coochie, just say that you want to eat coochie. Don't blame it on men, basically. Dude, that's just really what it is. It's healthier for you to be like, hey, I like women. Hey, I actually would like to get fingered by a pretty woman. Okay, sure, lesbian, go for it. That's healthier than trying to make a manifesto over why men are fucking terrible. It's like, okay, if men are fucking terrible, then it's more of a mental thing that you're generalizing how you're looking at your ex-boyfriend every single time that you look at another guy. And at that point, it's just a psychological thing that you need to work on. Basically. Really. Ouch. God damn it! Oh, for fuck's sake, how did that reach me? Okay. Of course. Fucking course, dude. Oh, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Also, yeah, that's the thing that I kind of realized, that it's just like, I feel like being too friendly uh, isn't always the best thing sometimes. Yeah, it's weird, really. God fucking damn it, every time. Fuck's sake. Of course. Fucking gladiator bullshit. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. Absolutely. Dude, what the fuck? Okay, one hit. Wow. Okay, but I'm understanding this boss basically. He just likes to swing way too much. I just kind of have to be a little bit patient on this one. God damn it. Cool. Okay. Smithing stone. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Disgusting. sometimes I kind of like, you know what it is? Once I kind of like understand a little bit of like, how do I put it? The spells, fucking voodoo magic, if you think about it. If I actually do think about it, it's just like, I guess technically speaking, an empire can go down through a very unfortunate spell casting behavior. Yeah. It's like a carefully, I mean, to some degree, I kind of have to look at it from one perspective, where it's just like, language is such a weird thing, actually. Because we kind of have to look at it from the self-suggestion of the human behavior and human language to begin with. As like, whenever I actually look at it from that perspective, I kind of like analyze it a little bit, and I'm kind of like, oh, so that's why some empires fall just by words sometimes. Or maybe it's just you cast fireball on top of like a bunch of people who are weak to magic. Oh fuck. Okay, cool. Yeah, actually. And we have to look at it from a different angle of, or a different empire, basically. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, what? Oh, okay, dude. So yeah, I kind of have to look at it from that perspective, where I'm like, I mean, sometimes people do things and spell things because they can, and sometimes there are too many weak people that accept it how it is, and it's kind of like that. If I actually do think about it, is like, in reality, how many spellcasters exist where they can use language to their advantage, basically? And how many of them are actually malicious, and how many are they casting healing spells? Really? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to think about it from that perspective, really. Healing spells to who, basically? It's kind of like, it's kind of weird. It's like, if you cast death magic into a skeleton, does that heal the skeleton and harm the human? Probably, yeah. God damn it. Oh, yeah. So yeah, to some degree, it's just like, okay, what killing spell do you cast, really? Like, if you actually look at it from that perspective. Yeah. Kind of weird to look at it from that perspective. To what? I mean, do you cast a healing spell? And it's like, sometimes it just makes me. Is it too much on people's faces to make a game about spell making? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe, yeah, sure. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, yeah, I got. God damn it. So yeah, once I kind of look at it from that perspective, it's just kind of like, oh damn, okay. Like, like it's kind of weird if I actually do look at it from the perspective of like, I mean, from the perspective of love and discipline, basically. Really, and how sometimes it can take like a very radical form sometimes, like from time to time. Really. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. God fucking damn it. And it's one hit if I keep grousing like that. If I'm not full HP. So it's like, yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just kind of weird, specifically. Because, like, if we actually do think about it, it's just like killing words can be painful words sometimes. It really depends on which person is on the receiving end, really. What makes the world chaotic to begin with, really? Like, really, if you actually truly look at it from that perspective, it's just like even a healing word can turn into the most harmful thing ever. Because yeah, because it can be a little bit rough. Where the fuck are my runes? And it's like, when do they stop being healing, really? It's like, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, sure. God fucking damn it, dude. So much goddamn endurance, I swear. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Can I skip it? I'm gonna skip it. Yeah, sure, sure. Run for it. Run for it. Okay, run for it. Ouch! Okay, cool, cool, cool. Runes, get over here. Okay, cool. Oh, god damn it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude, what? That range, though! And yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Ah. uh... Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Every time. I'm getting caught by that now for some reason. It's like, I think I dash, but I don't. That's weird. Like, maybe I have to dash on the other direction and for that to work, really. Okay. Okay. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. Okay, cool. That's kind of weird, actually. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, now I'm getting caught by that. And that. Dude, why am I getting caught by that now? Like, I didn't get caught by that before, now I am, for some goddamn reason. It's kind of weird, specifically. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, really, like how things kind of work from time to time. Okay. Dude, what the shit, yeah. Fucking damn it, dude. Fucking piece of shit. How the hell did I not pick that up? Okay, cool. What the shit? That should have dodged. Come on. Yeah. Okay. With a spirit calling bell, you can use ashes to summon various spirits. Summoning spirit typically consumes FP. You can only summon one type of a spirit at a time. You cannot summon spirits during multiplayer. Okay, cool. Vanished Knight Engval. Interesting. What is this? Return to entrance. Okay, cool. Try fingers. Didn't expect head. Okay, sure. Okay, that was a nice epic comeback, I guess. I defeated that dude with patience a little bit. Don't give up, skeleton. Okay, sure. Man. Okay, let's go back into the entrance, I guess. Return to the entrance? Yes. Okay, cool. Interesting. Poison Bloom. Okay, cool. I guess. Seek Samurai. Invaded by bloody finger nerdages. Hello. Ouch. Ouch. Damn. Well, that is something, I guess. Okay, then cool. Ow, ow, ow. Ow. Okay, yeah, let's go back to the entrance. Let's gather our. Ouch. Yes. Okay, cool. That was weird. A little bit. Why the hell did I get invaded twice? I don't know. Okay. Okay, I need to get back my runes. Is this a scripted fight, or did I actually get invaded twice? That's kind of funny in nature. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck, okay. Yeah, well, that's a thing. So I guess I do get help, and that's in that fight. Interesting, interesting, thing, I guess. Okay, let's continue. How do I use this? Dude, what the fuck is that? That attack is bullshit, actually. It's like, you kind of have to be a little bit aware. Like, you have to be on your fucking best. Always. Well, more like, okay, it forces you to be in a panic mode a little bit, I guess. Or in constant movement. That's a better word, I think, a better phrase. Which I kind of hate, not gonna lie, a little bit. I'm a bit of a lazy person like that. Bum 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 bum. Dude, what the shit is that? That's so much damage for like such a short period. Do I wait for help? I mean, I guess I could really. I could wait for help. God damn it. But yeah, these wind currents have to mean something, right? But just stand here. Okay. Okay. Like, this guy is so weird because you run out of stamina. He moves so quickly without, like, spending stamina. That's so weird, actually. What do I do? If I match his energy, I'd run out of stamina, so... ugh, disgusting. Disgusting! Yeah, really, really disgusting. Dude, the amount of damage that he does is weird. It's so quick and it's so high. What the shit? Okay, well. God damn it, dude. You know what's kind of funny that I kind of realized? Kind of weird to think about. But it's like, victory doesn't excite me. Does that sound weird, actually? Like, I actually do have thought about it for like a second, basically. But it's like, whenever I complete a game, I never feel excitement that I defeated something. I feel relaxed that I defeated something, but I never feel happiness. It's kind of weird to think about it from that perspective, really. That it's like, yeah, I don't get euphoria or like something out of defeating an opponent. Like, it's kind of weird if I actually like psychoanalyze myself. Really, it's just like, oh, hey, I defeated an enemy. I don't even think about it. It's just like, hey, he's down. Cool, let's go on to the next thing or something. It's kind of weird if I actually like. I get happier when I talk about things that I like, rather than achievements that I will obtain, basically. Yeah, because achievements are kind of weird. Oh, dude, come on. How the fuck am I supposed to react to that, really? The dude can heal whenever he wants. And he can throw ranged attacks at me. That's bullshit, actually. That's not a ranged weapon. That's a dagger, sir. Sir, do you understand that you have a dagger and that you're just doing motherfucking, like, anime motherfucking, like, slashes? Like, dude, come on. Get real. Literally. Literally get real. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Why'd I put it like that, basically? The fuck is this? Okay, dude. All right. Yep. Cool. I get caught by one set of slash and I'm dead. Yep. Pretty much. Pretty much. Man, can't I get like a mount or something? I guess. What do I do here? Do I just run into the hills and wait for the samurai? I guess I do. I guess I do. Man. What the shit is that? Okay, dude, what the shit is that? Okay. Yeah, no, that's cool. God damn. God fucking damn it, dude. Oh, they glow red after you attack them. Okay, cool. I see my runes in the distance. I see them. I see them. Actually. Okay, cool. Reduvia. Ouch, cut. Okay, yeah, cool. Nice, I guess. The fuck is that Reduvia? Okay, that worked. That worked out. I guess. Hello. Cool. What is this? Fire grease. Okay. The fuck are you? Are you a behemoth? What are you exactly? Oh. Okay. I guess that's a thing. Where am I? Dragon Burnt Ruins. Okay. What is that supposed to be? Okay, let's check something. What kind of thing did we get? Reduvia, dagger, slash pierce. I need dexterity and arc. Whatever the hell arc is. Okay, cool. Crab. Okay, yeah, not gonna bother with that. Not gonna bother with that bull crap right there. Cool. This summoning pool is now functional. What the hell does that even mean? You guys chilling? I guess you are. Oh, hello. Oh, you're no longer chilling. Okay, got it. Okay, well, sure. Okay, what is this? Trina's Lily. Okay. Rowa fruit. What is this? Golden rune. Ew. Okay, read message. Precious item ahead. Stone sword key. Did we need this for something? Okay, let's see. Imp statue seal. There was an imp statue at the beginning of the game, right? I think. Why do I hear battle music? That's why. Okay, cool. Barbarian. Okay, yeah, cool, cool. Hello, what is this? Smoldering butterfly. Time for wolf. What? Armament ahead. What? Time for wolf. Armament ahead. Praise the fire. I mean, sure. I guess. I guess that is the thing. Whatever that means. Okay. Let's see. Where did I spawn exactly? I think I spawned here, right? If I remember correctly, there was this imp statue over here. Weeping Peninsula. Oh, wait. No, it wasn't here. Seaside Ruins. The first step. That's the one. Okay. That's the place that I had to go. Limgrave. Limgrave. Okay. This is the thing. Okay. So now we have this. Stranded graveyard. Poison ahead. Cool. Oh. Oh. Ooh, I don't know about this one, actually. Feel like I need some poison resistance. Okay, so, okay, let's go to the Bridge of Sacrifice, whatever the hell. Whatever the hell that is. Okay. Okay, now I have to go in this direction.
Please, if you wouldn't mind. He can be stubborn, but I'm sure he'll come around.
Okay, the castle. The castle. So am I going in the right direction? I guess I am. Yeah. Cool. Hello. Goodbye. Okay. Cool. What the hell are you? Okay, yeah, sure, sure, sure. Awesome. Yeah, no, that's great. Smithing stone +2. Golden rune. Of course. Cool. Yeah, I know, that's cool, I guess. God damn it. So many strange creatures that I die to fucking dogs going behind me. Cool. Fucking great, actually. Okay. Of course. Of course that a random dog is the one that fucking kills me. Dude, that's so not nice, actually. Yeah, that's kind of weird, though, like, really. So yeah, okay, a little bit to comment further on the book that I was reading specifically, where it's just like, oh, dude, it's just that, like, even the book in itself explains that it's just like, yeah, you kind of have to, like, it gives confidence that you're dedicating yourself to one thing, basically. It's like, to some degree, it's like, yeah, absolutely makes sense, really. I guess so. It gives confidence that you will continue doing that constantly. And at the same time, it kind of makes me think that it's just like, okay, yeah, sure, but it's just like, how should I put it, basically? It's like, should I just be an entertainer, basically? Or a streamer in general? Who knows? Like, how should I sing my hand, basically? Or it's just that I'm trying to make it sound as fancy as possible. That's also a thing. I just think I have a problem of making things look as fancy as possible. But yeah, down to the line, I guess I am a streamer, really. Just, that's what I am. I'm a filthy streamer that likes to rant about bullshit. That's who I am. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah. Fucking damn it. But yeah, I guess it's just like, I mean, it's more on the side of like giving confidence to people, basically. If you can give confidence to people that you'll keep doing that forever, basically, it's just like, yeah, it's one of those things, really. So it's kind of weird to look at it from that perspective, really. I was like, if you think about it from some perspectives, like TV personalities were like, there were TV personalities that sticked up to their jobs up until they were like 80 or 70 to some degree, basically. If I actually do think about it like that, it's like, oh, dude, it's like, kind of thought about it for a second, and it's like, you know, it's because like the streamer generation is kind of new, basically. It's quote unquote kind of new, specifically. I was like, if I think about it like that, it's just like, I mean, relatively new compared to other forms of entertainment, I guess, really. And yeah, I guess if I look at it from that perspective, it's just like, how long has TV been around, and how long has streaming been around? Basically. It's like, and sometimes it makes me think, is there going to be a level above that? As it probably makes me think that it's just like, oh yeah, like, I don't know, like, fucking Oculus Rift, whatever the fuck, right? But it's just like, to some degree, I kind of like think of it a little bit weird, because it's like, I think humanity has its limits when it comes to like entertainment. It's like, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's like, people want to be entertained from the comfort of their chair, basically. It's like, if there's something beyond that, it's not so much entertainment, basically. It's work. Okay, awesome. It's like, I guess if you look at it like from that perspective, it's just like, yeah, that's kind of like why like enhanced reality it can be a little bit. How do I put it? It can be a little bit of a hassle, I think. Also because like specifically when it comes to like smaller like screens, if I remember correctly, smaller screens do make you feel a little bit dizzier. If I do recall a little bit, whenever there's like a change in resolution, it does affect your like your perception a little bit and your tolerance perception. Okay. Okay. Come on. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Oh, god damn it. Okay, yeah, cool. Only one remaining. Okay. Cool. What is this? Ruin fragment. Cool. So yeah, I don't know, it's just like whenever there's like something relatively new, quote unquote, it's kind of like, yeah, a lot of people trying to protect that kind of thing, and yeah, it's, I mean, streaming is not new, but it's relatively new compared to like TV, if we actually think about it like that. Really, it's like a smaller scale kind of entertainment, really. Well, quote unquote smaller, because like from what I'm understanding, it's just like the network is still huge, basically, but yeah. Oh, okay. The fuck are you? Adding skills. With a whetstone knife, you can use ashes of war to grant you armaments new skills at sites of grace. An armament can only have one skill. Any skill it previously had will be removed. An armament's type determines what skill it can have. Some special armaments have unique skills and cannot be granted new ones. Okay. Adding affinities. With an whetstone knife, you can use ashes of war to grant affinities to your armaments at sites of grace. This way, you can alter an armament's attack affinity, boost attribute scaling, and more. An armament's type determines what affinities it can have. Some special armaments, like those with unique skills, cannot be granted new affinities. Ash of War, Mighty Shot. Okay. Whatever that means, actually. Yeah. It's kind of weird, actually. What are you? Oh. I assume that that is the castle. So what is happening here? That seems like a lost grace. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, cool. Hello.
Buying or selling?
Purchase. I can buy like a key, a bastard sword. Amber medallion, iron helmet, scale armor. He doesn't have much of interest, I think. I never understood this thing. Shield ahead. Shield where? Okay, whatever. We'll keep moving in this bullcrap. In this bullcrap. In this bullcrap. Yes, we will. Actually. Okay, castle. Okay, so literally it says that I'm outside of the castle, so cool. This is a wall. Is that the castle? Gold. Hello. That is classic. That is literally a classic. A certified Dark Souls classic, actually. Okay, let me double check something real quick. How do I use the wind in Elden Ring? Wait, you say how to use you must be on horseback to use this spirit springs. Okay, so basically I need a horse of some sort. 6 shield, and then try spirit. Oh. 6 shield. Hmm. Hmm.
Trade again.
I mean, do they mean this shield? I don't know about that. I really don't know about that bull crap. Okay, cool. I really don't know about that bull crap. I'm full of nonsense and shit. I go to the toilet and I take a crap. Oh no. I soiled a rat. I soiled a rat. God damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh no, I gotta take a crap. Gotta make things. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, sure. Cool. Yeah, sure. Where am I going? Where am I? Okay, I see something. Please tell me that I didn't go full circle. Okay, I didn't, but I heard something. Hello? Oh, it's one of those. Whatever they are. What am I looking at? Okay. I found a bunch of fiddlesticks players? What the shit are you? Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I mean, it makes sense, but at the same time, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, cool. I don't get a cool sword? I guess not. Great. Guess I did that for nothing. I guess. Okay. So what is in here exactly? Cool. That is great. That is awesome. So this is besides the crater pocket glade. Okay. So I'm guessing that the castle. Wait. Heading back there. So I should go over here? What is that? Ooh. Oh, there's more. Okay, no, that was a mistake. Okay, yeah, oh, so he was the alpha wolf. Got it. Okay, cool. Awesome. What is this? Sick 3 wise beasts. Okay, cool. I am kind of a beast myself. Does that count? I think that has to count. Probably, yes. That has to count. That has to count for sure. Okay. Okay, so, that's the castle. Got it. So, what is over here? It's just kind of a turret of some sort. Hey, that's Halo! Oh, no, just, that's a shining. I think that's just shining bullshit. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I think so, yeah. What is this? Starlight shards. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess so. Ugh. What does that do? I have no idea. Oh, hello. Ow. Cool. Right target lock. Oh. Hello? Oh. that's what they meant with wise beasts. Okay, that's 2. What was that? Slumbering egg. Okay, so I found 2. So the third one has to be around here somewhere. Okay. I don't see any more beasts. Where's the last turtle? I mean, I got 2 of them. Has to be around somewhere. Somewhere over the rainfall, I'll find you, taking a golden shower from Elden trees. Somewhere over the his rainbow, you will see the golden showers that will make you a golden people. Sure. A golden person. Yeah, sure. Yep. No defeating one by one ahead. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. So yeah, it looks like the turtles have to be around here somewhere. It has to be, but where else could the last one be? Has to be around here, for sure. Certainly has to be around here. Dude, I love this weather. Like sunlight and rain. That's the best. I like it. So yeah, I killed 2 of them here. Dog ahead. Yeah, no shit. Like, I hear something. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I'm hearing something. Why is it not appearing? And there it is. Hey, art! Nice. Pretty decent. Pretty goddamn decent, if I do say so. Something, yeah, sure. Cool. Okay. Yeah, now what? Hello. Behold, precious item. Oh, wait, there's a blood stain here. Huh? Memory stone. What does that even mean? Hello, floating stone, whatever the thing. You know what's kind of funny? It's like probably in the medieval ages and beyond, basically, there were, if you actually do think about it, the reasons why, like, all these healing stones and, like, kind of bullshit that kind of, like, gets sold to people is just a psychological ploy, basically, if you think about it from some perspectives. It's like, oh, if you give, like, a stone meaning, it will gain that meaning, basically. And it's kind of like, okay, yeah, sure, that's interesting in its own way. Really. It's like, you can give meaning to anything, really. Like, I can piss in your mouth, and suddenly you will gain meaning out of it. Like, you got, like, the forbidden golden juice of something. It's like, yeah, that's something. That it's like, if you think about it, it's like, yeah, piss. Piss is actually the forbidden, like, the elixir of eternal youth, basically. And if you believe it, it will be the elixir of eternal youth to some degree, basically. It's just like games people play, do you take it or you leave it? Things that they say aren't right. If they promise you the moon and the stars, do you believe it? Games people play in the middle of the night, basically. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, I mean, you can play a game, specifically, a mind game, and you can trick somebody into believing that pissing inside of their mouth is the way for eternal youth. And if they believe it, that sometimes actually helps. Like, ironically. Like, no joke, probably. I mean, it's like, if you think about it like that, it's like, yeah, you better drink your own piss whenever you're in a bad environment. You better drink your own piss. That way, you will be able to survive in the wild. And it's not because I have a fetish for piss, drinking my own piss, but at the same time, hydration is really important. So therefore, I will hydrate myself with the forbidden juice, the forbidden elixir of eternal youth, basically. So, yeah. Hello, that's a horse. That's a horse. Yeah. Neat. Wait, that's a lion. That's not a horse, that's a lion. Oh, that's a horse. Hello. Oh, fuck! Thanks. Thanks, asshole. Jeez. Thanks, dickweed. I just came here. And this is crazy. So... So here's my bullshit, so don't pound me, maybe. Yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. Then we gotta get some bullcrap going. What do we have here? What do we have here? Okay. Oh yeah, what was this? Oh. Okay, maybe I. Okay, equipment. Oh crap. Okay. Equipment. Inventory. Wait. Okay, how do I... Okay, wait. How do I ride on a horsey? Skill, guard, movement, crouch. Okay, I need a horse, I guess. Probably. Yeah. What is this? Ruin fragment. Okay. What is that? Oh yeah, what was the item that I obtained? Okay. Increases memory slots. Oh, what does that mean? Sure. Okay. Beast lever. Hey, dung beetle! Let's get this thing. Cool. Right. Boom. Oh, there it is. Oh. Where did you go? Okay. So crouching doesn't work. So we gotta run! What the fuck? Okay, yeah, no, cool. Awesome. Yeah, it seems like I have to aim at it or something. Okay, so that's the castle. It's very close. It's just kind of interesting. Okay, what is this swamp thing? Oh, it's poisonous swamp thing. Okay, yeah, no, cool, awesome, yeah. Who's aggro? Okay. I feel like there has to be something here. Beyond just poison. Right? Okay, yeah, sure. Awesome. That's a classic. That is a certified Grim classic right there, actually. Certified Grim classic. Certified Grim classic. Sanctuary Stone. Why are you low HP? Okay, sure. Ow. Okay, that's too quick. Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, yeah, okay, got it. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. I understood. Yeah. I did not expect that, actually. I really did not expect that. Okay, cool. Wait, how do I get a horsey? How do I get a mount in Elden Ring? Oh. So, okay, so apparently I've been running around without a mount this entire time. Fuck me, I guess. Yeah. Apparently in the beginning area I was supposed to get a whistle. Okay, well. Okay, yeah, sure. That's cool. What is this? Golden seed. Not to be confused with a god seed. I guess, yeah. Not to be confused with the god seed. Why the fuck did I do that? Okay. Sanctuary Stone. Okay. Dude, no fucking way. How did that one shot kill me? Okay, there goes all my runes then. Cool. I guess. Jeez. Oh, fuck my life. Okay, so supposedly... Oh, wait. I did not trigger one of those. Gate front. Church of Hell. Merchant. Also cave. The first step. Stranded graveyard. Cave of knowledge. The first step. Okay, so around here I'm supposed to get like some kind of whistle. Which I didn't find, I guess. And I've been running around like an idiot. Cool. That's cool, I guess. That's cool. I mean, not that. I mean, I'm kind of a role player, and I like to role play having no steed whatsoever. What the fuck are you? Weeping Peninsula. Okay, yeah, I'll take it. Okay. I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna recover literally jack shit runes. Yep. Ow. Okay. Great arrow. How many runes? 1,000 runes. Okay, sure. Cool, I guess. Golden rune. Okay, so I'm guessing that the father has to be inside of this castle, right? And that I will be able to talk to a maiden because of that, right? Yeah. Hello. Is this my torture chamber of preference? I guess it is. Okay, cool. Man, this castle is literally a cave, actually. Okay, yeah, sure. Castle Morn. Okay, more smithing stones. Cool. Yeah. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh, I cannot do that actually. You know what's weird? I cannot do that shit anymore. It's weird. Fucking course. I stop rolling and that happens, of course. Yeah, sure. Sure, I'll take it. It's okay. Yep. No, that's totally cool. That is totally cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so I guess these dogs are forever dead. Cool. What are they praising? Oh. Why does it feel like this is an allegory of humans turning into monsters? Of course. Yeah, this is an allegory for, hey, suddenly this castle is run by non-humans. Because they did something horrible or whatever. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I assume probably, yeah. Cool. Of course. Fucking. God damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. This game's fun though. So yeah, okay, tomorrow. I should probably start talking about what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Tomorrow it's probably gonna be a league stream in Spanish on the other channel, and on Tuesday. Terraria Tuesdays, even though that I feel like I'm gonna be ranting the entire time no matter what. Gonna try to defeat the like the Duke Feshron. Basically, it's been like how many streams? I think like 4. I was like, oh gosh. Like, I don't know about that, dude. It's... God damn it, dude. It's so bad. I've been... Dude, I guess next tomorrow's stream I can just start it by building something or like... Yeah, something different, I feel. Oh. Now there's a big one. Cool. Yeah, no, that's great. A bunch of them were difficult, but they needed to add a big one. But of course they did. Okay. And of course that the dogs do 1,000 damage as well now. This castle sucks. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. That's cool. That's cool. And I have to pull a lever every time. Of course that I do. Why wouldn't I have to pull a lever? Temper lever. Try summoning. Oh, wait. Actually, that's kind of a good idea. Okay. Inventory. Equipment. Wait. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Um. Cool. Of course. Yeah, no, that's great. That's awesome. That is indeed awesome. That is great. That is amazing. I love it. I love dogs. And Dark Souls. Really love them. Beast blood. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. What the fuck are you? You seem kind of important, actually. Ow! Okay, yeah, whatever that was, it is dead. Sanctuary Stone. I guess I ignore that. Cool. I'm out of potions. And I don't know what's up here. And I'm 1 H. Oh, wait. I forgot that I got this thing. Okay. Okay, let's see. What do we got in this situation right now? Hello? Okay, yeah, sure. And her dad is supposed to be inside of this. Oh, inside of this castle. That's funny. Down ahead. Oh. Okay. Sure. Cool. Classic. Smithing stone. Okay, that's something. That is indeed something. Disgusting. Okay, so there's another object over there. Cool. So is that it? It's like I climbed here to get to there. Okay, there has to be something else, really. Interesting. Oh, wait. Flasks. Add to charge to flask. Yes. Okay, so that is something. We got an extra one. Ah, look carefully. What am I supposed to look out for? Death? A million buccarinos? Key ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. This seems all right. Is this actually okay? One way to find out. Yep. I'm a noble blood. If those hideous mongrels hit me, I'll be forever marred. Marred? Anything but that, please. Think of the disgrace. Sure. Pickled turtleneck. These things are just annoying. Glass shard. Okay, so be wary of up. The movie? Am I supposed to be wary of a movie? Damn, okay. Oh, there was an item right there that I probably missed. Probably get it. Okay. Down ahead. Item ahead. Of course. Of course. God fucking damn it. Yep. That's cool, I guess. That is indeed great. Yeah. Okay. So this time I'll do it over here. Or not. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, wait. Be wary of fort. Okay, sure. Old Fang. Okay, against this thing. I feel like I kind of... Oh, hello. Okay, there we go. Okay, can I get the smoldering butterfly? Cool. Awesome. Cool, I guess. Hello. Windblade Talisman. Okay. Alright, I guess I'll take it. Guess I'll take it today. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. What now? What now exactly? Here? I hear a dung beetle somewhere. Or what is that? Teardrop scarabs. There are both crimson and cerulean teardrop scarabs. Defeat them to replenish the flask that match their type. However, you cannot replenish more flasks than your maximum allows. Oh. Okay, sure. Tarnished golden sunflower. Okay, yeah, cool. First off, left item. Left item. Behold, message. Cool. I guess. Boom. What do we got? Tree. Indeed. Actually. Good. It's a tree. Skinny sword. Skinny sword for card ahead. The fuck? It's your boy Skinny Penis. Ya boy Skinny Penis, coming back at you with another Castle Crib, another episode of Cribs, Cribaloo. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's see. Okay. What do we got? Smithing stone. Okay, awesome. Gotta be careful. Okay, awesome. And oh, okay. Okay, yeah, sure. Step back. Okay, smoldering butterfly. That's cool. Awesome. Okay, awesome. Right. Alrighto, presto, blasto, bullshit. Okay, so, oh, there's an item. Whip! Oh! Just what I was looking for. Okay, sure. Dog ahead, therefore try jump. That's not a dog. Okay, yeah, cool, whatever. It's not a dog, that's a harpy of some sort, actually. That's some bullshit right there, actually. Throwing dagger. Oh shit. Okay, is this bad? Okay, well I dodged it, so not bad, actually. I guess so. Wait. Don't you dare. Sure. What is it? What's it? Liar ahead. Time for crab. Oh, hello. Classic! Am I dead? No, I'm not. Now I am. Cool. Actually, time for crab. Literally. Oh, gosh. Okay. Literally, time for fucking crab. What is this? Fire arrow. Okay, that's nice. Crab eggs. Okay, cool. I suppose. Really? Sword fighter ahead in short time for projectile weapon. Wait. Be wary of weak foe. Okay. Leonite misbegotten. Weak. Indeed. Yeah, very weak. Very weak indeed. The weakest monster, the weakest boss I've ever faced so far. Yeah, definitely. That's really what is happening. That is definitely what is happening at the moment. Okay, let's see. Ow. Of course. Yeah, sure. Awesome. Yeah, this is very beatable. He doesn't look like that tough. I don't think he's that tough. Let me guess, that's the father. Probably. Of course. Ha 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 ha. Yes, of course. Of course, that's gonna be the thing that they actually are. Fuck my life, dude. Ah. Okay, cool. Do 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 do. Oh. And there goes my entire runes again. Where are they? Okay, yeah, cool. That's great. Whatever. I've lost like what, 20k runes? Unable to level up? Cool. Sure. Of course. Okay. Okay, we can leave this boss fight for another time, probably. But yeah, I guess I can go into the other screen now. Give me a second. Okay. Quit game. Okay, cool. Boom. Boom. Okay, let's remove the music. We're not in the mood for music. Actually, you know what we're in the mood for? Goddamn rain sounds. Actually. Oh, dude, like, this game is super fun. Actually, it's just a matter that it's a pain in the ass. Actually, a little bit. But yeah, it's just like whenever I actually start to analyze like everything when it comes to like when I mean, I guess now that I'm kind of like reading more into like games and media in general, once I kind of like read into it a little bit further, the more I kind of understand where things are coming from to some degree. It's like if I look at it from some perspective, one has to look at it from the mental cycles that some people have gone through, basically. And it's like the thing is, if a brain has gone through enough mental cycles that have been wrong for their entire life, it's going to be so hurtful. It's going to destroy their entire worldview to some degree, basically. And it's like it kind of is like, picture it like this, basically. Imagine that the entire anime community disappeared in one instant. Like all the artists, everything just went into the fire. And it's just because like the system just didn't allow it to happen anymore, basically. And then when you actually do think about it from that perspective, really, it's like whenever I actually do think about it from that world where everything just disappears, it's just like we kind of have to understand to some degree that it's like the community itself will perhaps, if it doesn't continue, it will have like a very, very agonizing death. If you actually do think about it from that perspective. And it's just like, it will be kind of like a very painful thing if the community dies due to like, I don't know, some disagreements or something. The same way that disagreements have destroyed the old world, the disagreements of today can cause the destruction of the world that we live in at the moment. And I kind of once I kind of understand that from that kind of perspective, it's just like I was looking at YouTube the other day, and kind of the stories that they were trying to push, basically. I was like, once I kind of like think about it from some perspectives, really, it's just, it just seems to me like it just seems to me. Oh, well, I'm gonna be eating well tonight. That's great. Okay, but yeah, it just seems to me that no matter what, really, like if I look at it from some perspectives, really, from the psychological cycles that some people go from and beyond, I kind of have to look at it from that world in perspective, where it's just like there has been a universe out there of human beings that have plenty of things to eat on the daily, and because they lived through that cycle for so long, it ultimately makes them sick if there's not that constant cycle to begin with. Which kind of gives it into perspective that it's like, how sick was a cycle? How deranged was an emotional cycle that it still continues affecting us today, almost 2 decades later, even 3 decades later. Like, if we actually do stop to think about it from that perspective, when too many people have too much of a good thing, and that trend continues to escalate, it just shows that to some degree, and adding more to that, there's no further castles being built. It kind of shows like the degeneracy of some systems, and it kind of shows why the systems are kind of crumbling outside of those circles, basically, because it's just like they were like the biggest excess of things that the world has ever seen, and from a time period, and they just never had any kind of like stop size. They never had any break. They never had anything like that. And even today, they don't have breaks because they must have that in order for them to kind of like have their holy grail of youth, basically. It's kind of like I kind of have to think about it from that perspective, where it's just like, okay, well, specifically, like, really, that's kind of like the thing, really, when it comes to like authenticity and when it comes to like the mental cycles. And it's like sometimes I kind of like think of it that it's just like, to some degree, like, you kind of have to one has to understand that you do need to make from the methodologies of psychology that it is very possible to break a cycle of addiction. Like, it is very possible, but at the same time, it is very difficult, and it takes years sometimes to break those kind of cycles, because it's like, as hungry as you can be, it's kind of like a terrible thing to keep creating monsters of endless hunger and just make normal men have like normal hunger, average hunger, or so on and so on, basically, before we kind of become monsters that devour everything and and become unjust at that point, basically. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. And it's kind of like whenever I read into the media that was generated between the 2010s and 2020s, the more I kind of realize that it's like, this has been happening for so long. And it has been since the 90s to some degree that I think that this problem began. Like, if I remember correctly, there was an economic crisis in the 90s at 94. And then we had another economic crisis at 2008. And then we had another economic crisis on 2020 something, basically. I was like, once I actually do kind of like stop to think about what the economic crisis is really actually mean when it comes to like depressive things and how the human brain works, really. Sometimes I actually wonder that it's just like what exactly is the mental cycles that we are required to have in order for us to have like a proper amount of mental health without going too crazy about it. And it's like, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, if we are monsters of endless hunger and we're capable of being monsters of endless hunger, one has to be aware that you are possible of becoming a monster of endless hunger, that you can no longer control like how many people you handle and how many people you consume, basically. So yeah, to some degree, I kind of get it, that it's just like sometimes you kind of have to show that even the best of human beings can become a monster under the right circumstances, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. If you actually look at it from that perspective, every man can become a monster under the right circumstances, and every monster can become a man in the right circumstances, but their sins will forever carry them to some degree, basically. And it's kind of necessary that they do have a little bit of weight onto them, but at the same time, it's kind of like they also have to like eventually let that weight go, basically. As they heal up, they kind of have to let that weight go, basically. That's kind of weird to think about it from that perspective, really. Because I kind of have to look at it from the perspective of learning and the perspective of, well, yeah, it's the perspective of learning, really. So yeah, it's a very difficult topic, actually. If I think about it from that perspective, like, learning takes a lot of steps, and if you're a rich person and you don't learn, it's even worse, because you basically eventually make your own like, literally, you're a rich person and then you make your own grave, your own mausoleum, your own tombstone. You write your own name by yourself. You pay somebody to make the golden graves into your own grave. You pay the best plot of land, and then you pay the best velvet casket that you can find, and it's just like, and then you just lie on top of that gravestone. On that, you lie on that grave and you die in that grave because of how much wealth you have sometimes. So, just like, to some degree, what I'm trying to say is just like, there are smart rich people and there are dumb rich people, as funny as that sounds. And some of them are so rich that they build their own graves in the fanciest stone that they can find, the fanciest limestone that they can find. And some others just decide to live and just take as necessary, like, the necessities that they actually need, and they just stick to that, rather than just endlessly eating to the point that they actually build their own mausoleum and their own crypt to some degree, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. And anyway, I think on that note, I'm gonna go eat dinner. But thanks so much for watching. If you did, I really appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow in the other channel in Spanish. Goodbye. See you soon. Goodbye. God damn it.